Forgot to load the chat. Whoops. Greetings. First off, apologies. The last stream, I didn't realize my sound levels were off. The music was super soft. And then also the stream got cut off by the Wi-Fi taking a dive. I'm now back on Ethernet, so things should be a little better today. And it took me ages of troubleshooting to figure out why my levels had changed for the stream, because the music was super soft. And it basically turned out to be one of the virtual audio cables I use to get from Reason to OBS. In like the microphone volume settings in Windows was turned down. I don't remember why or how I even did that. But yeah, that fixed it. It's a very random thing to have changed. But yeah, was glad I figured it out. Because yeah, my OBS settings, excuse me, were the same like throughout. So anyway, technical issues aside, that stream, I think I started this idea from scratch using Maelstrom and kind of Zytrance, I guess. And then I started another one the other night. I didn't stream because it was like 2 a.m, and I thought there's no way I'll be up that late, and I was up till 5. So I should have streamed, but it's fine. Moved, never. I've had Reason since version 5. I do go through phases with different DAWs. You should know that about me. I go through phases with Ableton and FL Studio and Reason, and I really like Reason. It seems like the user base is always complaining, and now they've been bought by Lander, so they're complaining even more. But I don't know, man. It's not a bad program. It's missing some advanced features, but it's got most of what you need to make good music. Like, you really don't. Beyond a certain point, the technology of any DAWs is incredible. Yeah, they didn't. Their whole thing was that they were self-contained as a music-making thing. They were like in a different category, basically. You used to get more programs that didn't or had like a certain niche, and theirs was being like the hardware emulation kind of program, with the back of the rack. So it kind of didn't seem congruent with their design philosophy to add VST, and yeah, now they have it. But yeah, I do sometimes use the Reason rack inside Reaper. Anyway, sorry, I was just checking my messages. So yeah, this was what I made last stream. I think I edited the kick drum slightly because I made the kick drum in Maelstrom. I did a couple things off stream. How you doing, man? Long time no see. Happy New Year. Maybe 2026 is the year. I'm not sure why we're getting dropouts. Last stream, I mean, I made the whole thing on the stream, so if it was going to be cracking up, I would have thought we'd do it on the stream last time. So let me just check my audio settings. Maybe my buffer size went down. 256, it could be. Panel. The software is called ASIO Link Pro. It is pretty good. Maybe also that I have a blank project in the background is not helping. Don't save. Here it is. Where is it? It's probably behind OBS. Nope. No, it's not. Where are you, buddy? Minimize you. Minimize everything. Okay. Is it behind there? There it is. Goodness me. So that's set to 512. Okay, that's now set to 512. Cool. We're back in business. Right. So 512 and no project in the background. Hopefully no crackles. But yeah, this was this project. There's a few sounds that are not very strong. I feel like the thing with Maelstrom is you have sounds that don't really have, they have like one sweet spot. They don't have, yeah, you're right, actually. I don't know why it's not. Used to be. There we go. That gives me a little bit of screen space. Except when you get a notification and then it refuses to hide again. Yeah, there's a few things you can do. Like I'll have the, I used to detach one of the windows. So then I would have to Alt-Tab, let's say, to the mixer or to the rack. Let's go rack. So then now you don't, there's a little bit of space saved by not having these guys. Why is that not working? There we go. Those things. So yeah, I've detached one window. That saves a little bit of space on this window. I could detach the other one as well. It's actually this button. Then ideally what you would do is have workspaces or different screens. I could actually just throw the mixer up on my top screen. But OBS is in focus on that screen with the chat. So that's not ideal at the moment. But yeah, this does sort of work. Just means more Alt-tabbing to get around. Black box at the top right. I see. That seems to be why when it's not on that screen, why is it visible there? It's my chat, but it's not on that screen. So I don't know why it would be doing that, but anyway. And it's, yeah. Huh, interesting. Anyway, that should be fixed now. Right. So what I was saying was some of these sounds, I mean, obviously that's just a hat and the snare is just a snare. It's kind of a one-shot sound. And then kick drum. Kick drum sounds pretty solid, honestly. Considering this is a synth from Reason 2 in like 2004. But some of these sounds, like the bass is also okay. Some of the sounds, like there's kind of one sweet spot, and then as soon as you move the filter or something, then the sound changes a lot and you have to like compress it or, try and do something to keep the levels the same or to keep the sound rich. So it's kind of can be quite thin sounding in places. This plugin is like a glitching plugin from Reaktor. I haven't quite figured it out yet. It looks pretty sort of like Deep Blue Glitch or something, but yeah, it seems to sample a bit of your track and then jump between the different buffers. Kind of cool. And then I'm going to hop to the other track, actually. I was enjoying it more. It would be this one. This was the one I did at 3 in the morning. Didn't stream because I thought, I'll go to bed shortly, and then I was up for hours. I was up till it was getting light outside. I haven't done that in a long time, possibly years. Let me close the other one first. This is the other issue then when you have those multiple windows and then multiple projects. It gets super confusing. Ooh. Oh yeah, free plugins for sure. So this track, similar vibe, maybe. I actually made the kick in this one. I made it in a different plugin this time. Let's solo there. And let's unmute here. So I made this in Europa. So this was our pitch. And this one is controlling this sort of knock layer, which maybe I didn't end up using. I'm not sure if that was intentional. But yeah, this was. That was that layer. It's high passed with the spectral filter. Europa is just like a 3-engine wavetable plugin. And one of the wavetables is noise. And you can drag in your own samples and it turns them into wavetables pretty well. It's different to Serum, I feel. It has its own character to it. And then you can also have a user file in here, I think. Or something. I think it can also be used as a filter. I can't quite remember. Yeah, it's a cool plugin, to be honest. It has its own vibe. And actually, this was one of the few Reason devices that they released as a VST separately. So yeah, tried to make the kick with that. And then I resampled it because I noticed each kick was slightly different, even though I've got the phase sync on. So this is kind of where it triggers the same part of the waveform every time with both of these. For whatever reason, if I look at an oscilloscope, what the heck? Now it looks totally fine. I could have sworn I was seeing differences the other day. Maybe the project just needed a reboot. That's so weird. I was seeing like slight differences in the kick drum each time, and I was hearing them as well. So I feel like I'm going crazy now. But yeah, that was why I resampled it, and then I triggered it in here. Well, that's now that's layered. So now I pitched it slightly up and high passed it and EQ'd it a bit. And then this is the sort of thing you can do in Reason. You can connect a gate out from one thing to another thing. And then when you trigger one thing, it also triggers the thing below. So if I select this track, let me get my keyboard, my push working. So yeah, it's just a case of that little wire. And if I press the next slot, you'll see when I trigger that one, it also triggers that one. So yeah, it can be handy, and it can also just be a gimmick and a pain, you know? That's sort of the pro and the con of Reason. There are times where it's really handy. Like a lot of the devices have modulation outputs, so I could just like use the LFO from this plugin to control something else. I could take the LFO and control, what is this, the level of, or the pitch of my. So now this sound, this LFO is now controlling my kick drum. So yeah, it's got some pretty useful modulation abilities. Let's mute this guy. But it's, yeah, its greatest strength can also be its greatest weakness. I'm going to start organizing this project a bit. The drums on this first lane and put all the synths and things on the second lane. Bass. Presume it's... Where's the bass? Aha, here we go. We haven't moved this across. I'll stick it at the top. So this guy was Europa again. I've got just a simple sine wave with a little bit of a FM on it, sort of giving it a bit of harmonics. And then this bottom one is a sync setting, and I think I've automated that on a macro. Here's the macro. So when that happens, you should actually see the knob move, I think. Yeah, there we go. That one's being controlled and the FM's being controlled by this macro. And it's also controlling, sorry, let me full screen it. also controlling the reverb amount over there. There you can see the value changing. And I just thought that was a cool effect. And then there's a harmonic that comes in over here. I'm always getting the shortcuts wrong. So this control comes in and that fades in oscillator 2, which is still off. And that's literally just a high sine wave. They're also being distorted slightly. Just gives them a little bit of drive. And then this was another sine wave, an octave up, just to reinforce the sub slightly. Just make it a bit more audible on a small speaker. And then, so yeah, that's this bass. The only modulation thing happening is this envelope 1 is affecting the pitch. I tamed it a little bit with the attack. If I took the attack down, very clicky. And one of these is not on phase sync. I just discovered. So the click was sounding different each time when I turned the attack down. So that was revealing. Then I've got, this is a drum loop from Reason's drum supply, loop supply, percussion. I think it's being compressed somewhere. Maybe not. I guess it's just this ducking that's happening. And the EQ. I've used Reaper's EQ as a VST. They also have their own built-in EQ, but it's not as flexible. It's sort of built on an SSL EQ from this mixer page. So you're actually controlling these controls when you adjust this EQ. So I often find I end up needing another EQ. So that was one loop, and then it's augmented with, I wish I could feel my way around these shortcuts. I really hate them. F5, F6, F7, F8. On a laptop, your F keys are all squashed together, and they're the furthest thing from your hands in like a normal, like typing position. So there's no like obvious landmarks to what key I'm pressing. I'm just sort of hitting them and hoping for the best. It's really annoying. Like your shift key is an obvious key, you know, it's got a certain width and it's in a very easy place to find. And QWERTY isn't an easy place to find. But yeah, the F keys are not it. I'm trying to figure out why. Oh, we are hearing everything. I thought something was soloed. So this loop, I augmented with this. These samplers, by the way, they're just slice players. For Reason's proprietary Rex file format that everyone implemented in their DAWs over the years. I've got different ducking happening on each of them. I've been using this sweeper thing. I turn the dry to 0 so you're not getting the filter or flanger or whatever. You're just getting the dry signal, and then you can modulate the volume using this modulation section. And it's even got audio triggering, so I'm going to try that next. I know that in Reason 13, they actually added a dedicated pumping plugin. But having used this, kind of unnecessary, actually. So the other samples are just straightforward drum sounds. And this was a shaker loop or a hat loop. It was a hat loop with some ducking on it as well. And also reverb. This pad is pretty cool. This pad, dry, is straight up a saw wave. The sweeper is it's got this LFO shape over here, modulating the filter frequency. Oh, there it is, LFO to frequency. So it's changing the filter frequency. It is a preset of theirs that I loaded. I didn't do that from scratch. I was just browsing presets and it sounded all right. And then I added what's really doing the most work is this free Reaktor ensemble from the Reaktor user library. If you have Reaktor 6, you can just download it off the Native Instruments website. And instead of using it for delay, I think I used a preset, but then I turned the delay times to 0 and the feedback to 0. So we're basically not using it as a delay on each of these. Instead, they're each just doing something different to the sound. So on this layer, we've got it pitch shifted down. No, we've got it shifted up 12 semitones. On this layer, we've got it pitched down 12 semitones. On this layer, it's up, but then there's also different reverb settings on these. So this one's got, I think it's, no, the reverb's off on that one. This one, the reverb's on. So one of the pitched up ones is wet. One of them is dry, and then also I think this one has, some of them have filtering on them. So yeah, it's kind of a multi-channel delay, pitch shifter, filter, and reverb. And a tremolo by the look of it. I've only just downloaded it the other day, so I'm still getting to grips with it. But yeah, if I take off each layer, you can kind of hear the grainy effect of the pitch shifting. It's kind of cool. This layer, this layer seems like it's filtered. And it might be LFO'd. Yeah, you can see the filter moving slowly. So this was also just part of a preset. I just took away the delay component of it, basically, by turning all the delays, the times to 0 and the feedbacks to 0. And then this layer, I guess this is the stereo tremolo. Yeah. And it's also pitched up. So these two layers together. So it seems like you can get the pitch shifting to sound smooth. We should check the difference between this one. There's a fill parameter. Let's see. On this one, that's the same. What's the difference? Grain is on 0. Grain's on 0. For whatever reason, that one sounds super grainy. And that one doesn't. I'm not sure how that is. But either way, the graininess is kind of cool. Oh, sorry, this one isn't on. Right, so this is the normal pitch, and this is pitched up where it sounds grainy. And this one's... This one's also got a filter on it, and the pitch shift is off. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting effect, especially abused this way where it's supposed to be a delay and I'm just using the effects. And then Solaris, a free reverb plugin. Sort of a shimmer reverb plugin that's free. I think it's Windows only though, unfortunately. And then Sweeper, this one is just doing the ducking effect again. EQ is just high passing. There might be more on this, yeah. So that kind of started the track. This sound. Now this is handy because I think all the effects are in this combinator, so I can just bypass them. And we've got sort of a default Maelstrom preset. It's the preset that loads with Maelstrom by default. Let me turn it down. So this is Clang. It's like a sound iron thing. The preset isn't what I used. I just went and chose in this list of sounds whatever this is. These are a few different sort of mallets that they have in one interface. And let's just undo that. It's kind of a mallet and a choir in a combinator, which is kind of like a group device in Ableton. And then you can create macros and stuff. And then this combinator is part of the mix channel. So when you create a mixer channel, it comes with this combinator as part of it. And so these are like the inserts on top of this. The flow is kind of odd because you can add effects underneath devices as well. It can get pretty confusing. So this set of effects, we've got this guy again. Similar thing. I've got this layer is pitched down 12 semitones. And it's got a kind of grainy random effect to it. I think I played with these parameters a little. I don't think I'd seen the fill one. And then the reverse. It's kind of reversing the sound seemingly at random, so you get this kind of random reversed sound. And then this layer is probably just dry. Yeah. I could have used the dry wet here, but I didn't for whatever reason. So that was that effect. Then it's got OTT on it. So without the OTT, it's a bit more muffled sounding. Solaris again, the free shimmer. I should really have that on Ascend because I'm using it quite often. Sweeper, that's just adding the pumping again. Same with pumping, I should have that in a group, maybe. Synchronous. I've automated the dry wet. So that's over here. So this is the sort of easy automation view of Reason. The default value is 0, and then when the clip comes on, this point here is 100 or 98. So that's now bringing the dry wet on. So at this point, where was it? We have it dry. And then here we have it wet. And it's a gating preset from the synchronous preset library. All I may have done is boosted the level a little bit just to compensate the difference between the dry and the wet level. And so yeah, as the track sort of gets more intricate, that was a cool effect. This isn't hooked up to anything, so it's actually doing nothing. I think what I was planning to do was modulate something, so I would have run, because that subtractor has 2 LFOs on it, so I would have run an LFO in here, because Maelstrom's got these mods, they call them, but they're tied to note on. So if you want like a slow evolving thing, I probably wanted the index to slowly move. In fact, that is, I think, what it was. Let's see. If I press a note, I think the index now changes. I found a way. Yeah. So each note, there's a new random index value. So initially, I was modulating it like slowly over time with the subtractor. And then what I found is by putting it in a combinator, if I go to Maelstrom, I was able to map key random. So you can map a key, so like a low key does one thing, a high key does something else, or random. So every time I press a key, it emits a random value. I didn't know that was a thing, but it's a thing. And it's not immediate, like if the effects are off, particularly this one. And this one. And this one. It's too difficult even with the delay on. But basically you can kind of hear that it's jumping to the new index value. So it's not an instantaneous thing, but I thought it was still cool, it was close enough. I just didn't want every note to sound exactly the same, which the index is just where it starts in the waveform. And these are kind of samples, so it's kind of a granular synth, sort of. They call them grain tables. I don't quite know how the science behind it works, but yeah, it's sort of like a chorus or a multiple layers of sawtooth wave. So if you keep starting them on the same point, you get the same sort of sounding note every time. But yeah, it was mostly just trying to hack one of their most simple and oldest synths to do things it shouldn't be doing, which is kind of fun. Because Europa is super powerful and has unison, and you know, plus there's VST, so it's really not necessary. I just like seeing how far you can push things. Makes it more interesting. Yeah. So this idea could be fleshed out a bit. I also want to, I've moved all the drums to the side. No, all the drums are this side. I also want to put them in buses. you can either do that here. So these are all the mix channels. In this case, I've routed the kick out from the drum machine here into this track here, using the cables at the back into the input of a mix channel. And you can do it with any track. You can right click on an output and go create route to new mix channel, and then bam, whatever 6 is, it's nothing, would now be routed to drums channel 5, my bad. There we go, the hat's now got its own channel. And then I could come in there and high pass, or, oh, that was already there, my bad. Which one did I just create? Channel 6, yeah, don't need it. Undo. How do I delete just this one? Delete selected only. So they're all grouped. Interesting. Hey, Noddles One, how are you doing? Made something else in Reason the other night. I was up super late, so I've just sort of been walking through the workflow a little bit. Not sure if Runner Joy is still here or if he cares. Reason's an interesting beast, and I just like sometimes using a different program and creating new challenges for myself when things are feeling stagnant, because I've made, I think, almost 20 backing tracks now for this one client of mine, and I'm doing them in Reaper for efficiency because I'm used to it and stuff, but I get a little bit, it's nice to kind of have a different environment for my music making for a change, give myself some challenges and things. Oh, the other night, so my internet, my Wi-Fi died, so you probably were already asleep when that happened, but yeah, my Wi-Fi died, and when it reconnected, I was just on Twitch, I think, and then it happened again, and I was like, bugger this, I'm going to bed. But yeah, then that was one. This is a different track from the one I streamed. Also, my stream, my music volume was very, very low last stream. I couldn't figure out why. I only heard it after the stream. I was going through all my settings. Basically, Synchronous Audio, no, ASIO-Link Pro has these virtual audio cables that it creates. So the speakers 01 goes out into OBS. But what I had stupidly done, I have no idea why or when, but sometime during December, I think I was using WhatsApp and I was trying to send sound from Reaper to WhatsApp or something. And I must have gone into, not there, I must have gone into sound settings. And then, so my output is speakers 01. Then the receiving thing is this mix input device. And I must have gone in here and turned it down. So my levels were all the same as the previous stream, like in OBS and in my DAW. And I'm looking at it going, why is it so much softer? And I was like, I sent the audio through this, and then I used the FL Studio ASIO, which is the one I used to use, and it was louder through that, and I'm like, what is going on? It took me ages to figure that out. I don't remember going into the sound settings and changing stuff, but apparently I did. So glad I figured that one out. It was a real confusion. Yeah, I kind of like this idea. I feel like the drums and stuff sound a lot better than the other one I was doing. And some of the sounds in the other one were a bit thin. I don't know if this is too cheesy. I'm going to try and flesh this out a little bit, and then maybe I'll go back to the other one. I feel like the second time this should be slightly different. The pad. So we're in B flat minor. What's that scale called? It's not harmonic minor. It's melodic minor, I think. Because it goes from to that like a major key does, but it's minor. So yeah, it's a different name for the scale. That's our root, and then all that is minor. But then instead of going, oops, it goes, yeah, that is it. In fact, these notes are technically wrong. That one's correct. That one's not correct. So let's just see. That's what it was before. Let's see how this sounds there. Maybe. Maybe we change this one. It's different. Is it better? Is it different enough? also feels like we need more of a build and impact there. I'll come back to that. Or not. Let's just do it now. Maybe something granular. I mean, could mess with Maelstrom again while we're on the streak, except this time I want to put it in a combinator, just in case I want to do macros and things. So, let's see some of these effect sounds. Bring back memories. I'm pretty sure someone used this in a dubstep track in the 2010s. So yeah, you can slow it down with the motion. It's effectively kind of, they call it grain tables. We'll call it that. If you slow it down, and then the index is where in the waveform. So you can scan through it like that. Let's look at some other ones. Let's reset this. Ooh. So how would we make it go backwards? The motion goes to 0 but not negative. Honestly, that's not bad. So we could do that. Or, so you can modulate the index with this. But it's sort of competing with the motion. We could take the motion down. What's funny is that seems like forward, but it's in the backward position. That's reversed. That's... But then it doesn't go slow enough. Oh, in sync it doesn't go slow enough. Like maybe I want that to be twice as long. It's also starting in the wrong place. It's a weird sound. Let's go legato, mono. Go to the mix page. We can send it to a delay. Maybe we want a reverb before the delay, so we could put it as an insert. I'm just going to use their most old and basic, which I still like, honestly. I like their original Reason 1 or 2 reverb. I think it was Reason 1, probably. If that makes me a pleb, then so be it. I don't know. People have strong opinions on reverbs. How many bars is this? See, it's only 2 bars. Maybe I want longer. Maybe for this job, it only needs to be 2. I might need a variation later, but we'll get there. Fade it in. Filter. There doesn't appear to be a way to modulate panning, so we could do it on the, possibly on the combinator. I'm not sure. No, there's no modulation for the combinator itself, only for the devices within it. Instead, we could modulate the mix channel, I think. There's modulation for level and pan. So I'm going to make another device. Could be another Maelstrom. Just to use as an LFO. Maybe it's overkill. Maybe Sweeper is fine. There was an LFO device of some sort. Maybe it wasn't included. Maybe it's a utility. Yeah. So I dragged it in holding shift so it doesn't root to anything. I'm not sure if it would. I haven't really used this before. Envelope sync. I wonder if that means when it gets triggered. Okay, anyway. LFO 1 CV out. Okay, so it's got a bunch. And I want it to be on the pan. Seems pretty mild. Maybe it's because of this. Something like that. It's not very exciting. I think I preferred... when the motion was modulated. Can we modulate the motion? Yes. But we wanted to speed up. Maybe we don't need the filter then. Oh, it's pitch tracking, so the higher notes go faster. So it's already got some motion in it. It's kind of cool, actually. My idea had been... Oh, this makes sense. The inverse of this would be 0 to up. So that's why modulating it backwards made it work correctly in my mind. So instead, we wanted to go from, yeah, same thing. So we need to modulate backwards. Funky. Huh. It's kind of the effect. Cool. It's more of an atonal noise effect now. But that is the power of Maelstrom. It can go very different very quickly. Let's go into this filter first. Maybe mess with the comb filter. Okay, they're kind of contradicting one another. I think we can use this. Hell yeah. Then we can go to this from here up to there. So then this goes there. Whoa, what's going on? Why does that suddenly sound so different? What changed? Something about the motion. How strange. Weird. That was so random. Neat. Then maybe a crash impact on the downbeat. So guess we'll need that mix channel after all. I'm gonna go in here, drum supply, cymbals. I don't know, maybe. Then again, we'll make a mix channel for you. Route to new mix channel. Stick it at the bottom. Let's label these. This was a hat. Actually, this is the open hat, and this one was a closed hat. And this is a crash. And need to be turned down. There he is. Lots of reverb. I have this proper convolution reverb, and I'm just using the old version 1 reverb. Let's start there. Stabbing in the dark. There we go. Crash. Pitch is going down on this, huh? And yet the sound goes up. So let's see what happens now. That seems a bit cheesy to me. How will I make it less cheesy? Maybe no comb filter? Maybe less resonance. see what happens now. Ah, the filter comes back down because it's being modulated by this. So that's kind of neat. So we could make the release a thing. Oh, that didn't work as expected. Because probably the shift stops working when the release happens. Oh no, we need it here. There we go. Cool. And so now theoretically it'll carry on. Feels a bit more fluid. Be a cool transition. Let's just think about this. This is only 1 minute. I feel like this could be more of everything. So a bit more of an intro. Alright, so there's ducking. It's a bit extreme. I know why I did it. Ideally, I need to just bypass it. I guess I can automate this. Set it to 50% until the kick comes in. Zero. Where's zero? There's zero. I'm not mistaken, there's a gate that we can use on each channel. Fast. Nope. Somewhere there. I'd also like more reverb, maybe. So this one needs to be longer. At some point I learned you can duplicate here, and it actually does duplicate all the devices and things. So I will make riser 2 the short one and riser 1 a longer one. I'm going to stretch the MIDI note. Obviously the filter needs to take longer to open. Then, instead of modulating the motion like that, could just straight up automate it. I see. I'm going to undo that because otherwise I have an extra track that I don't need. I would rather just use the combinator. Control 1. Let's just check the value of this motion. 8. So I go to... We're on the right thing. Yes, Maelstrom. Oscillator. Oscillator a motion. Minimum 8. Or something. So now this control started 8. Probably doesn't need to go all the way full either. And hide the devices, edit the motion, hide the editor. Probably could have mapped it to mod wheel to be fair. And then I can just record it. So that needs to be sliced. That's why it's better to use this tool. I recently learned, I wish I'd known this like 10 years ago. But basically you can drag the razor tool up here. And then it slices anything that needs to be sliced and selects it all. So then I go back to the pointer tool or selection tool. And these are on the QWERTY keys. QRE. This is R for the razor. And now I can just copy all the stuff that it's sliced. And it's all selected. So in a huge project, I can just copy pieces of the arrangement using the razor tool. I wish I'd known that years ago. Should also fade in. Might be able to hack it. Nope, not like that. Try with the shift. Nope. Control. Nope. Control Alt. Let's see. Yeah. This should be longer, 2 bars. Let's just go from here. changed my mind. Let's put this section over there. Some new psychedelic sound. Ooh, that's a classic Reason sound. Definitely heard that in a few tracks too. would love to know how they made that sound. Such a classic sound. I've heard it in countless jungle tracks, I think. That one, but yeah. This one. Feel like some phaser or something could work. Whoa. Not so keen on a random thing, unless I've resampled it. Pretty nuts. What's full wet sound like? I guess it's the LFO, which we could sync. You would think it would be the same because it's synced. Super trippy sounding. Trippy. Still doesn't seem full wet, even with that engaged. Honestly, I want to save that sound for a different track because I'm happy I found it and I've been looking for it and doesn't quite fit this one. That'd be funny. Rather, what's the word? Culturally relevant sound. Wow, that's eerie. So full, its harmonic snaps it to the note. Which is already pretty freaking cool. But like just somewhere in the middle. Very eerie sounding. Do it a few octaves up. Damn. Creepy. Let's see if we can find orchestral percussion. For this intro. Doesn't seem to be anything else on there. Let's try perk set B. Whoa. I think Kashmir had an orchestral sample in my collection. Ooh. That's sort of the vibe I was going for. I can duplicate the track. Give them little fade outs to be safe. Okay, this sounds a lot cooler than those drums. Just need to high pass them. Maybe in the intro we have the high pass bypassed. Maybe a softer variant of the pad. Duplicate. That's a lot of processing, but I'm going to delete half of it. Delete that. Unmute that. No. Unmute that. Go in here. Find the copy. Close the editor. Let's maybe... Obviously, you can turn it down. That's not the point. Maybe take that away. Give it another filter. Experimenting. From the top. me. That was just me saving. This, by the way, is the mod wheel automation. I recorded it in on that synth. It's funny. I can use the Reason rack in Reaper. I just don't. I do, but I don't reach for it nearly as much as if I'm like using Reason. It's so easy to reach for something else like Serum. But actually, like the granular synth, as you can see with this like spectral grains and with the grain oscillator, you can get very unique sounds. I haven't even modulated the formant shifting. And we already got a pretty crazy, creepy noise. Yeah, I just don't use it nearly enough inside of Reaper or other DAWs. I feel like it really adds a unique touch to things. Okay, I'm going to quickly get myself something to drink. Less tracks. That's interesting. Well, it depends how you look at it, I suppose, because in Reason, the tracks all have automation or MIDI on them, whereas in Reaper, and what I mean is, in Reaper, you'll see the groups inside this area. Whereas in Reason, I don't believe there is any track grouping. It's one of people's complaints about it. But you can bus things in the mixer, which is something I've been meaning to do, actually. So like if I go to the drums, which are all on this side, and just bus everything. I wonder if I can do it in a batch. New output bus. Damn, look at that. Now everything's routed to a bus. And I'm just going to do it for all the rest of the drums. Oh, there it is, bus 1. I'm going to move it to the top. I feel like the master stuff should be on its own row as well. Does the stuff move? No. So I would need a third row. It is a little less confusing. And then I could have my buses on the first row. So I'm going to do that. Select all of these guys, move them to a third row. Oh, it didn't like that. All right, fine. Let's put these percussion things, and I'm going to delete this actually. Delete all in group. So yeah, my point was basically that the buses that you would see in Reaper as tracks in Reason don't show as tracks unless you actually automate them, and then you'll see a track show up for that thing. So yeah, it might look a little less cluttered. Also, I suppose because I'm using the drum rack for MIDI of my kicks and snares, it also condenses things a bit, so these lanes can have more than one thing in them, like this lane has a hat and an open hat in that MIDI clip. But yeah, you can stack lanes of MIDI clips within one device, which is also pretty interesting. So although these are all in the same drum kit, but I've sort of separated things into lanes. So yeah, just sort of, I guess, has a different way of visualizing things. So those are all bus 1. That's good. So now we wanted this, this. These risers, maybe they could be in a different track. Maybe they're technically drums. I mean, not drums. So I'm going to stick these, the ones I've selected, into bus 1. I'm going to go here, name bus 1 drums. Now when I solo this, we should just hear drums. Well, maybe you're right. I don't know. It's quite possible that I'm using less tracks. But certainly a lot of my tracks in Reaper are folders. But I do think you're right, though. Like, especially if I'm sequencing drums as audio, then like all of these things would be on their own tracks. And they're all condensed into one drum rack. So yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Why am I just hearing that right now? Feel like we're missing, the orchestral stuff. So yeah, you can route it here as well. Now theoretically, if I mute that, we're still hearing drums, so some of them aren't routed yet. Okay, so that's all the drums routed to the drums folder. And then I could move it to the start or the end. I think the start makes more sense. See, I named that in the mixer and it didn't name it here. That's another weird thing of Reasons. So I name things in the sequencer generally because then it usually carries over. So if I do the inverse, we've got pad, and I call it pad 1, and I'd put it here. Now I go to the mixer, it says pad 1. I don't know why it doesn't work both ways. This was synthesis, but anyway, it's routed there just in case. And feel like the rest of our elements should be separated. And yeah, things don't always organize themselves the way you expect as well, which adds a bit of time to the whole process. These are at the bottom, even though they're on the first lane of the rack. Why did they not move? Maybe you can only move one thing at a time. Not sure. Either way, looks like that one went there somehow. Tempted to name it there, but I mustn't. I must name it here. Cool. These risers should go in the next lane. Just trying to sort things so that they make sense to me when I look at them. It's not really ever perfect with this program. Like all this stuff. Including the sweeper. Everything up to here. Can go this side. Oh, that lane's quite long. And at very least, yeah. Stick it there. I do still want to move the drums to their own lane. Drums. I'm going to leave the bus there. I move the drums there. Oh, that's an interesting workflow. So now we've got the master section, we've got synths, and then on this side we've got drums. On the master section I can have buses, so I might bus all the synths to a synth bus as well. Let's see if we can select multiple here. Yep. New output bus. Bam. Call that one synth, etc. Not sure what looks better. And I'm just going to stick it also. Yeah, so organizing stuff kind of becomes important in Reason. Otherwise, you can get really lost when you come back to a project. So it may feel tedious, but it's worth it. One of the nice things about detaching the windows, which is a thing you can do, so I could detach the rack. Then I can full screen it. Then when I go to here, I could hide the browser. And when I go here, I could have the browser. It's kind of a nice thing about detaching the mixer, but yeah, it just means I'll tab to get there. Or I can still use the shortcuts. I was going to get myself a drink and play this on the speakers to see what I think of it. And then maybe I can open the other day's project. So let me just mute the mic, switch the speakers on. Interesting. I feel like it's got potential. I'm not sure about this little sound. Not the tone of it, but the notes it's playing. Doesn't feel particularly unique. It feels kind of very me. It's like I've done this before in some shape or form. The chords as well, and that's kind of bugging me. I don't think I've ever released anything with those chords. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of ripping myself off. I hope. I hope I'm not ripping anyone else off. Yeah. But I like it. And I'm definitely, I think I'm getting better at the faster BPMs. I feel like the kick drum sounds pretty good. It's funny, on my headphones, I can't really hear the sub at all. Unless I do... this is going to be a new thing to get used to. Having the... There, I can even keep that open now. And reach it more easily. So this guy... If I do this... Okay, that's not the right place. Now I can clearly hear the sub on my headphones, but in the mix, not so much. And on my speakers and sub, actual proper sub in the room, the kick was actually too subby this morning or whenever I last opened it, and I had to like tame it. Because for whatever reason, that particular kick and my headphones, but my headphones are Basslight to begin with, but it's very interesting. I feel like maybe they don't have a good sustain or something, or maybe they're too good and the transient response is snappy, whereas a subwoofer, it's like ported, and I feel like it's for lack of a better word, woofy. It's like a bit late. It's not punchy. It's not immediate. It's kind of slow. I do have another pair of headphones that's bassier, but there's like a horrible 5K peak that I'm not fond of. I do have like an EQ profile for it in Reaper, but not in Reason. Anyway, that's what things like monitoring is useful for. God damn it. And I can kind of see it's louder than the sub, but it's not blown out. And I find I can compare it to references doing the same thing and see what their low end looks like and learn from it, you know? Same with this. Could have a bit more treble, I think. Or maybe my sub is a bit loud. Not sure. For now, it will do. Yeah, kind of like the track. Folding up some devices here. And we can also fold these drum programs fold a bunch of things I'm not likely to need to edit in a hurry, you know. I like to do that usually. That way when I open it again, it shows in full. If you do that and then that, then you've got to open that and then open that. So the top one sort of supersedes the other one. You can also fold things in part. That might be better actually, because it's a little bit more clear where the sounds are versus their effects on the sounds. Yeah, organization in reason. I was thinking about making a template again, a new template. Maybe I could use this layout because I kind of like it now that I'm thinking about it. Where's the synth bus, I wonder? Here it is. Stick the buses in the master section there, and then drums. Maybe I could also separate all these sounds in some other way as well, but for now, it's all good. Let's have a listen to the previous stream's track. I did work on it a little bit off stream. Oops, it's this one. I think I might not be feeling it though. This one's already got detached windows. Got it. Yeah, detaching the windows does make things a little confusing. Oh, I was pressing buttons and thinking I was pressing the wrong ones, but it was just frozen. You were looking into African sterling. You didn't know there were so many. Oh, starlings. Sorry, I misread that. I was thinking you were talking about currency for a second. Sterling, and you said starlings. Oh, yes. So I presume I told the mite story on stream. Did I? I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. There was a few weeks of crazy itchy mites because there were starlings that had gotten into our ceiling basically. And yeah. Oh yeah, I do remember us talking about that. Cool. That is true though, there are multiple different types of starlings. Very intelligent birds. I did a few things off stream to this. That's also ripping myself off. I've got an older track that did a very similar run and was also triplety. And it had a similar sound. Ah, don't know how I feel about that. Regurgitating my old self, and yet nothing's been released, so who cares? I elongated some of the notes because it was very staccato, did, and so that made it a bit more interesting, I thought. It feels very 90s, this one. I think I also changed the kick slightly. It's still self-made, but I might replace it. Where will I find my kicks? I suppose I can just search in here. That is an error of a kick drum. Could work. Provided we give it its own channel. 6. Route to new mix channel. There he is. Alright, so here's our re-drum track. I'm going to make a new lane. Going to mute this lane. Oops, my mouse is getting stuck on my headphone cable. There we go. Take this MIDI, copy it down, and hope that we can transpose it. Okay, so it's an octave down, and then 2 semitones up. So I'm going to undo that. I'm going to select all of them. I'm getting better at finding my F keys. Then I want to, so 10 semitones down. Apply. Nope. Must have been 9. Wow. Got that very wrong. Okay. It's thundering. I think I stole this kick. Not exactly stole. I used a kick resynthesis plugin. So it made its own low end, but it was based on a kick in a track. And it was and then also the top end is always different because it's in the mix of a track and you're just using a little clip of it, if at all. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to crop it a lot like that. Crop, fade out. Seems psytrancey enough. It was from a Psytech track, so slower BPMs that had a longer tail. Don't know if this is an upgrade yet. I think it is. This pad seems too loud when it gets to full volume. So I'm going to turn it down like 3 dB or something. I'm also considering replacing the sound. I feel like it's a bit thin, and no amount of processing will change that. Where is it? Pad. Here it is. Where's the high one? Or I could just use volume automation again. Because the low note needs that volume. Velocity would probably be a better tool than volume, but anyway. Without this, yeah, it's pretty thin sounding. Is that EQ? No, it's not really the EQ. The EQ is only going to do so much. So what I'm going to do is try and find some strings. How do I do this? Select all the key ranges and give them release. Is that the highest note? No, this is the highest note. Not sold on this. I feel like that's a little better. Keeps going back. Doesn't really help. Strange happening here. One more time. I feel like doing something different after this. The open hat after the stream, and also the riser, the two risers. So the one is this one, it's kind of a pad, and then the other one is this one. Soon. What about if I use this MIDI? Quite like this version, this section. I just want to make the last little bit of the phrase its own thing. Okay, this time maybe an F, maybe a wavetable full featured synth. Initialize. That's super old school sounding, but awesome. So this mod section is per note. So you can't just run it over time, which is what I'm trying to do. But you can modulate the index with the mod wheel. So I'm just going to automate the mod wheel. Kinda cool. Still not like a fan of this one. It's interesting, but I like the other one a bit more. But they're different. That's the most interesting part so far, I think. All right. I'm going to start something new. And then maybe, just maybe, I should make a template first. So I guess I would like a redrum initialized. I guess I would want individual outs for that. Goes backwards. I don't dig. I'm going to do like the first 4. And then that's sort of the drum side. Going to route it. Let's come back to that. I like my reactor delay better than the stock delay. Cancel. Let's open this guy. Look, sometimes you want a basic delay. So maybe we keep this one. Make it an 8th note delay. And then create the reactor one on its own slot. Switch it into effects mode. Bring the feedback down a fair bit. It's quite a wild delay. Then, let's just say tape delay. Then I'm pretty sure I don't like all 3 of those reverbs equally. I might replace one or both. So let's just bring up something. What shall we demo with? Just saw wave, maybe. Okay. So the first reverb. Has an interesting quality. Kind of a room reverb. Might be a little bit much. Quite a delayed sort of slap back. It's my least favorite of those 3. So I think what I'll do is I will replace that one with their stock, most basic of reverbs. Because I quite like it for long, simple long reverb. Maybe not. That'll do. It's a solid big reverb. Kind of just making myself a little template. So we've got that fairly large reverb. We've got that sort of bright reverb. Roomy reverb, which I could use a little less low end on, because I like to use a room reverb on drums. It's a little boxy for my taste. Thankfully, there's an EQ, which we can enable up here. Should be okay. A little bit shorter like that. Cool. So we've got a roomy reverb. We've got an airy reverb. I'm not sure I'm going to use that one. It's nice, but it's not first plate. It's not exceptional. I'll just take note of it if I ever want that sound. It's kind of an EDM-y reverb, if that makes any sense. Kind of reminds me of 2010s. Very bright music. And they had sometimes bright reverbs as well. What I might do is just replace it with Solaris. I usually take the pre-delay away. Different vibe. Are they similar? That one. This is a little brighter, but yeah, nice. Some variety. And then we've got simple 8th note delay. I might make it ping pong a bit. And then that one, which could be reined in a bit, to be fair. Let's just go back to this one. Don't want it to be super wide. A little bit more feedback. Should be all right. And then that epic one. Definitely want to reduce the stereo width, which I could do with a third-party plugin or a stock utility. Is it a utility? Apparently not. Effects. Stereo imager. Think I'll have to drag it in with shift, otherwise it'll make it on a new send. So output from that goes to the chain, that one here. So now we can maybe even take out some of the low end. That's normal. That's high passed. We could change the crossover to like 200, even higher. Still good, just not quite as low end rich. And then we can reduce the stereo width of this one. Cool. Happy with that. So now we have, go away, there we go. We have a nice set of send effects. Then this one is just called, I bet, M Stereo. Yeah, it's the last thing in the chain. So I will just call this copy. Call it reactor. And then this one I will give the name, because that's the one that shows up in the effects chain. I mean, in the mixer here. So that's tape delay now. Cool. So we've got a drum rack with some separate outs for said drum rack. We've got a few send effects. And I'm going to remove this. Then on the synth side, I want a combinator with a line mixer. So I can create synth sounds in this combinator. So we've got drums on that side, master and buses, which we'll get to. And then on this column, we'll have synths and various instruments. So now I want to create those buses. So confusing. Anyway, so there we got those drums. Then we want to make a bus for all of these. Not like that, like this. Drum bus. Excuse me, I know this is probably rather boring. Maybe not red. Then every track has a bright red end piece. Orange. And then this one's going to be instruments. Honestly, grey might be the move. Something pale. Light blue. Yeah, that's pretty clear. Still a bit dark for me. Something like that could work. Then that bus needs to go here. What I could do is this one. There it is. Drum bus, instrument bus. Could probably have ducking buses for each of them. So sometimes I have loops that I want to sidechain duck. Sometimes I have synths I want to sidechain duck. What I would perhaps do then, what makes a bus a bus? It's got a red fader. Don't know if we can create them from here. It doesn't appear to be a thing. So let's just give this one a new output bus. And now that bus goes there. Cool. Call this. Also, it's the wrong color. Instrument duck. And then I need to do a drum duck. Just using any old one as an example for now. That is actually a perfect color for it. Cool. So now we've got buses going into buses. And the reason I'm just going to set this back to instruments, I don't want the default behavior to be ducking on anything. Then for those buses, I'm going to open this up, use that sweeper effect to do what I did in the other projects. Initialize, set to the filter, set the dry wet to dry. So now this guy is, there might even be presets for this, to be honest. Yeah, nah. Something along these lines. We'll tweak it per project probably. I could copy it from one of the other tracks. Something Reason shares in common with Reaper is you can have multiple projects open. But Reaper's CPU management is much better. I think it disables everything in the background unless you're actively using it. Something like this. Copy patch. Paste patch. Neat. copy this. Actually, where is it going? Drum duck, there it is. Gonna move this here. It's kind of tedious, but at least you only kind of have to make a template once, if it's the way you like it. Cool. Then master section. For my master section, I would like a different EQ. I'll keep the stereo imager, that can be useful. Instead of their limiter, I like limiter number 6. And in my settings, I have like the clipping on the multi-band clipping setting and ISP precise engaged. And I'm going to leave everything at 0 for now. Then for monitoring, I'd like that. Loudness meter, I'd like span. I would like, whoops, that wasn't span, that's span. Actually, I want them the other way around. If I hold shift and drag, then it should reroute them. Then, or not actually. Want it that way around, then the oscilloscope. But before the oscilloscope, I use isolate to solo the different bands. And could set it to that for now and just switch it off. Oscilloscope, just make it bigger. Maybe center it. Maybe not. Dropping out. That's interesting. My bitrate looks good right now. I'll keep an eye on it. Span, I like it kind of long. And I use this low frequency inspection preset. Yeah, I've got a dropped frame 0. It actually might be on your end. My connection looks pretty solid. Usually will tell you if you've had dropouts. But thank you for the heads up. I'll keep an eye on it. You never know. All right. So that's that. There's one last thing, and that's the controversial OTT. Got a client project open here. I just want to get the same settings. Doesn't show you a value for that. That's pretty annoying. Let's stick it on my buses. It's as gentle as I can get it, but sometimes it sounds better with it on than not, so here's what it is. Okay, treble's taken down. That's about it. 51 and 57. %33 depth. Time is a bit slower. That's interesting. Outgain to be at parity, it should actually be about -3. Oh, right, you're on Twitch. Oh, you logged out. Okay, yeah, Twitch can be a bit funny. I've had issues with Twitch in the past. All these dials without value readouts. Kind of weird. Have to just sort of eyeball it. Definitely not meant for the purposes I'm using it on. But hey ho, I leave it off by default, as with the limiter. And maybe Uline I'll also switch off. Okay, I wouldn't use the compressor either. There was something I replaced it with in one of the projects. I guess I could replace it with, in fact, I know what it was. It was that same preset I just made. But instead, I'll rather put this there. And also bypass it. And turn off auto makeup gain. So if I do dial in multi-band compression, and I move the threshold, it doesn't just boost the band to compensate. I don't like that very much. Not on the master, at least. I also have cancel in my chain. This is a very old chain. It's got some missing plugins, and I no longer feel I need them. But on here, I've actually got an extra band. So this one goes 0 to 100 hertz. This one goes 100 to 200. Then we got 1,000, 5,000, and full range. So there's an extra band. What does this one start at? Ends at 1,000. This one ends at 200. Okay, so it's basically another band there. Ooh, that might just be what it is. 100. Okay, it was 100, I think. 100. Here we go. Oh, it's at the end. That's a pain. All right, fine. 100. 200. 5,000. 1,000. 5,000. 1,000. 5,000. Full range. Yellow. There we go. Cool. And this band mustn't auto makeup either. Cool. Okay, I'm happy. I'm going to, and also this chain's bypassed by default. That's fine. And most of the plugins are off by default as well. Cool. I'm going to save this as a template, I guess. I'm going to also maybe duplicate this. Put it there. Duplicate it. All right, fine. Then maybe this could be a different color. Sure. Cool. Likewise for these. It's all good. Only thing I don't think I did was copy the ducking. No, I did. Cool. And then basically I just dial in the ducking with this mod to volume. But cool. I am happy. For now, it's a bit strange. It's different from how I used to do it, but it should work. It's maybe in some respects simpler than my previous template for a reason. So to do a template, you used to have to, let me just see if I can browse files. If I go open, like this, and if I find a Reason song, okay, it just gives you show in Explorer. Never mind. There's more I could do, but it's fine. I think it's in music. Reason 12. Demo songs, template songs. I'm going to go 2026. Then I'm going to go into that folder. And if I'm not mistaken, the templates have RSN demo appended to them. So let's just go new. Close this one. Rename this one as RSN demo. Now, theoretically, if I go new from template, 2026. No worries. Just saw your message now. I think my little doctoring worked because I went new and it's now loaded my template. Hell yeah. Let me close all the other stuff. Don't save. Right, I want to do something totally different now for my last jamming of the day. I'm just thinking. thinking what it might be. Trying to start with some seed of an idea. I don't feel like doing a drum and bassy thing. Could be some sort of a house thing. Could be another remix. Just not sure if I feel like doing that in Reason. Let's start with instruments. We'll figure out the genre later. So let's go Reason sounds. Let's go keyboards. Maybe an electric piano. Let's just replace one of these. There we go. Got to actually record enable. pre-roll was on. Let's this little switch here. Don't know why I'm trying to one take it, but So that's a C sharp. The note I was playing was a fifth down from that. F sharp. Reasons pitch shifting is sometimes pretty good. It's different from all the other ones. It's always worth a shot. Here it is. I think it's might still be processing, and if not, it sounds like doo-doo. There are different types. Where are they? Here. Nope. Here. That's a tuner. Handy. Not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the algorithm, because it's something you can choose. Aha. Transpose type. Let's try melody instead of vocal. Sounds okay. I'm also going to squash it into tempo. Not quite. Could try the other way. I'm starting to lose a bit of hope. Might just not sound good, although this should be better. Whoa, that's low. Okay. It should go. I think that's 2 semitones up from default. Three. Three up from C sharp is E. Why is E working there? Two more is F sharp, our root. Okay, so it's 2 down. Wasn't my intention. My intention was the root note. It's 5. It sounds okay though. That does make sense. That's actually what this should have been. It's actually 0. No, 2 down from 0. That's 0. Cool. Is there a nice long... Oh, maybe that's not the root note as well. I think it is. Damn. Oh, but it was longer by default. Hey, hey. Okay, we want some breaks. I'm going to dig through my sample library. Maybe in here. Perfectly. I'm going to use it as a reference, but I actually want to do a similar rhythm with something chopped up. maybe try going in here and then searching break. This old browser of reasons, I don't know what the 13 one is like. I see a lot of people complaining. But the 12 one does exactly what I like about Reaper. Got favorites, which are like databases. Not maybe quite as smart, but certainly close. And the search is decent. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to first turn off stretch because I want to figure out what the tempo of that is. Solo. I think there's a tap tempo. There it is. Probably says it in the file name. 95. So let's go 95. Trim it to that. Open it up in the slice editor, which somehow has done a really poor job. How do I add slices? Might be the pencil tool. Yeah, cool. Take snap off. Add one there. One there. Basically, you can create a Rex file in Reason. Nope. Undo. You can alt drag. You can alt click to hear the chop. That's useful. Cool. So they're not wrong on that one. Let's try shift. Nope. Control. Yeah, control. Then alt click to here. Control. Control to position it. There's another one there too. It's Control Y. How's it so bad? It's funny, hey? FL has like the best slicing, in my opinion. It's one thing I took for granted when I started out with FL6 or something. I used to chuck things in the slicer. And sure, it wasn't perfect, but it was relatively good. You didn't have this many mess ups. And they didn't need the Rex format. They just did it themselves. Reason created this whole format that a lot of them are using now, and yet their transient detection is not very good. Can I delete you? Undo. Let's just move that one. Like there. Hope we're almost there. I don't remember this being so bad. I chopped a bunch of breaks up in Reason at some point. Must just not like this one for some reason. This will hopefully be worth it. Oops, undo. Undo. Redo. Cool. Just gonna gooi. I've really never seen slicing this bad. Oh, it doesn't remove that one. Fine. All right. That will have to do. Then... No. Slicing. Right click. Where is it? Is it just here? Bounce as Rex. Let's see. Is it better to do it from here? As Rex loop. Now it's in my browser. I can delete the track. There it is. Go back to 122 or whatever the default BPM was. Drag this in on its own track. And now theoretically, I have the break. Send it to the track, but then I'm going to chop it up. cancel. Man, turn that off. Turn snap back on. velocities full. No difference right now, but then in the Octorex, that wasn't it. The thing I wanted to do was map velocity to amp, like that. So then I can draw drum rolls and things with velocity. And maybe some of these hats are a bit loud. Oh, so much groove in that. I'm very tempted to have that 8 snare. prefer the old hip hop loops if we're talking specifically hip hop. Super old school. Actually, I should have gone through these first. Don't recognize this one. Or that one. I do recognize that one.
La la la. Summertime. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can't see how long these files are. I guess we were walking with the dog.
In the
I didn't really plan this, I'm just kind of winging it, going with the ideas as they come. have the same SEO Link Pro on 2 different DAWs at once. That's pretty amazing. There we go. One of my ducking buses in action. Last playthrough before bed, I think. Needs lots of work if I'm going to do this transition. And I can change the bass line if I'm going to program it. Otherwise, this bass line was perfectly fine. And that kick drum is not super fine. But it was just a last minute idea. Also, when I figured out the bass line on the synth, it's completely different to what I thought it was. It's in key, but it's, not the notes I thought I was using. So it's pretty funny. Anyway. Saving and going to bed. Super long stream today. One of those things though where I'm not really sure about any of the pieces I worked on. None of them are really speaking to me. It is the 10th. I'll just call it gentle break. Certainly was a gentle break from the other stuff I was making. That was a luck, that guitar riff that just randomly stuck out to me. I was looking for a drum or something, and then I heard it. This was the other thing. I'm going to have one last listen to this, and then I'm going to head off. Totally different vibe. Thanks to those who tuned in. I know there have been a few through the evening. Close that one. Brace yourself for a very different ride. Once Reason stops freezing. Let's also close Reaper in the background. Oh, there we go. Got to give it to Reason that usually recovers from a freeze like that. Holy crap. I'm getting whiplash. That palette cleanser was great. I'm already hearing new things I could be doing. Along those lines, some sort of a melodic thing could happen there, and the build-up could be longer. But I'm going to mute that for now, and I'm going to save, and I'm going to go to bed. Take care, and